But thank you guys so much for coming out and supporting the fair.
Thank you, Olivia. I want to go through a few more of those sponsors that we have for the tractor pull. This tractor pull is presented by Grand Design RV, Biofarm Recruitment, Burlington Graphics, Goshen News, Indiana Donor Network, Miller Brothers Builders, More Ride, Wayne Tire and Wheel, Stutzman Landscaping, Sharon Wagaman Family, Valhalla Phone, Doncaster Flooring, ERS Wireless, Farber Family, Cabri Products, Masco, and Omega Pools. Without those sponsors, a lot of events around here wouldn't be possible. So we need to give them a big round of applause. Like I've said earlier, got a great round of entertainment this afternoon on the Pro Bowling Series. We've got unlimited super stock tractors, super modified two-wheel drive trucks, Mack trailer hot rod semis, pro modified four-wheel drive trucks, super modified tractors, and hopefully again at 6 o'clock this evening, as long as the afternoon session doesn't run into 6 o'clock, we're going to have a Hot Shot Secret Super Farm tractors, ARP lightweight super stock tractors, mini rod tractors, pro stock tractors, and once again the pro modified four-wheel drive trucks will be pulling. And we're going to continue on the inside track here all afternoon, and at 6 o'clock on the inside track, we're going to have street stock diesel trucks, Indiana Pulling League presented by Brad Howe Ford, 10-mile-an-hour farm stocks, and then we'll finish out the evening with hot street stock trucks and a couple, I don't know whether they're 2.6 or 3.0 four-wheel drive trucks, but we're going to have a couple exhibition pulls out here this evening. So got a great afternoon, evening of entertainment lined up. Next thing I want to do here is I've got a little presentation to make, so give me just a second. Ladies and gentlemen, Court Wagner has been around this tractor pull for 50 years. He started with Glenn Slaybaugh. Court and Denny Fisher worked together for, I don't know how many years, but a lot of years. Court was director of this tractor pull for 23 years. And 2026 marks his 50th year of having involvement with the tractor pull. In 2006, Court was Fair Board president. 2007, he received the Lucas Oil Lifetime Achievement Award, and there's only been 21 of those given. And we're honored to have one of our Fair Board members and tractor pull directors and coordinators to have received that prestigious award. I want to thank Court personally. He took me under his wing, showed me the ropes, told me what not to do. He didn't tell me too much to do, but he told me what not to do. and that was screw up what he had worked a lifetime to build. He's been responsible for bringing the pro polling circuit here. Actually, he was one of the first events to sign up when pro polling started 21 years ago. So Court, on behalf of the Fair Board, myself, and everyone that's ever been involved with you in this tractor pull, congratulations for 50 years of service.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate it. But honestly, I was not doing this for recognition or anything. I was just trying to do my job and make it better for you and the fans. Thank you so very much.
Court, I know you don't like the recognition, but it's so well deserved. If we can get everybody on their feet, please. Let's give him a standing ovation, because without this man right here, we wouldn't have all of this. So thank you, Court. So well deserved. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you would stand, remove your hats as I welcome our 2024 Fair Queen, Rebecca Brewer, to the stage to sing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Thank you, Rebecca. All right, just the guy I was looking. Because I did not want to announce on the pro polling series side. Welcome. I believe on the farm stock side here, if we want to get rolling again, we'd be ready, and I think they're about ready to go on the IHRA Pro Pulling Series side. Enjoy the afternoon.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Hot Shot Secret Pro Pulling League. We have several exciting classes. We're going to start it out with our unlimited super stock tractors, then move into our Mack trailer hot rod semis. Then we'll go to our super modified tractors, and then our modified four-wheel drive trucks, and we'll close it all out with our super modified two-wheel drive trucks. So some great exciting action starting this morning and going through this afternoon. And we had a great event out here last night. We really appreciate everybody coming out here to the 2026 edition of the Elkhart County Fair. The poll presented by Grand Design RV. I want to give a shout out to our local sponsors, BioPharma Recruitment, Burlington Graphics, Goshen News, Indiana Donor Network, Donate Life Indiana, Miller Brothers Builders, More Ride, Wayne Tire and Wheel, Stutzman Landscaping, the Sharon Wagaman family, Vala Foam, Doncaster Flooring, ERS Wireless, Farber family, Jessup Farms, Cavalry Products, Maceco, and Omega Pools.
On the inside track here, we're going to be resuming with Mark Kaufman on his 4440 John Deere.
Our Hypermax test puller on the unlimited super stock side is going to be Aaron Hall out of Waupun, Wisconsin with the Minneapolis Moline G1000. Now Aaron was our winner here last night with his taking care of business John Deere. Looking to set the mark to beat with this Minneapolis Moline. Now he will have the option to either accept this pull or drop it and come back later in the class. That's the way to start off the day. Aaron Hall, our big St. Charles Unlimited Super Stock Tractors. At Big St. Charles Motorsports, we're a power sports enthusiast. We are excited to help you experience the fun and adventure that a quality Can-Am, Ski-Doo, or Sea-Doo vehicle will bring into your life. We're a power sports dealership serving the St. Charles, Missouri area, offering the best in new and pre-owned motorcycle and other power sports vehicles. Our friendly and knowledgeable sales, financing, service, and parts departments are ready to offer outstanding service at every point. From assisting while you're making your choice to ongoing maintenance and customization, at Big St. Charles Motorsports, we value the opportunity to create a long-term relationship with our customers. And we do that by making sure to exceed your expectations. Contact us today at 636-203-7890 or online at BigStCharlesMotorsports.com. 301 and 94 for Aaron Hall, 301 and 94. He accepted that hook, so we are going to be official. And that's going to bring up Jeff Hodem with the fully loaded.
On the inside track, we've got a distance of 257.08, but a speed of 6.1 mile an hour. That is going to be a
So a little bit of background on our unlimited super stock tractors weigh in at 8,000 pounds, a 20-inch drawbar, 650 cubic inch limit, maximum of 8 cylinders allowed, 4 turbos and up to 3 pressure stages, and 30.5 wide tires. Jeff Hodem, your champion in this class in the Hot Shot Secret Pro Pulling League back in 2024. And also won back-to-back in 2016 and 2017. Good run for Jeff Hodem. He needed to go further than 301 and 94 to take over the lead. He did 323 and 16, 323 and 16. Great run for Jeff Hodem.
Up on the inside track with Sean Gleagle from Bourbon on a John Deere 4430. Sean's distance was 206.01, but 6.2 mile an hour, so that is another big cue.
For our new fans out there, what we're concerned about here in the sport of truck and tractor pulling is distance. So those red and blue, what we call sleds or weight transfer machines that you see out on the track, the Decision Maker Rural King sled, the red one, on the grandstand side. And what you'll see is that box is up under the cab. And as the pulling vehicle pulls the sled forward, you'll see that box move forward. And what that does is it transfers the weight off of those rear tires onto the pan, which is the flat part that rides on the dirt. And as it puts weight on the pan, it creates more friction, making it harder to pull. So that's the sled versus vehicle, and the sled is always in control here in our sport, but the goal is to pull that sled farther down the track than anyone else in your class. And if this is your first time, welcome. We're glad you're here. We'll see you back here tonight. Call your friends, tell them to come out tonight as well. This is Colin Meese, the squealer out of the state of Illinois.
Up on the inside track is Mark Yoder on his John Deere 4620.
Colin Meese finished third last night. At the moment. That's going to bring up your winner from last night, Aaron Hull with the Taking Care of Business John Deere.
Next up on the inside track, we're on Ethan Road on a John Deere 4555.
Hot Shot Secret is the #1 fastest growing automotive lubricant manufacturer in the U.S. for a reason. They engineer high quality products that actually do what they say. See the entire line of products at hotshotsecret.com. Products are also available nationwide at automotive retailers, farm and ag stores, truck stops, and more. And also right over here, as you're sitting in the grandstand over at your right, just to the right of the big screen, Matt Steinmetz and his crew are here. They have some free samples of their everyday diesel treatment, and they'd be happy to talk to you. And Matt, anytime you want to come up and chat, please make your way up here. But go visit our friends at Hot Shot Secret. They also do event specials to save you money on several of the great Hot Shot Secret products. We want to thank our friends at Fent. Pulling fans, get ready to grow bold. Just like tonight's pullers, dig deep and drag every ounce of power down the track. Fent pulls hard in the field with a full line of equipment from planting and crop care to land prep and harvesting. Fent helps farmers push further and perform stronger. Grow bold with the equipment built to pull like a champion. Fent. Great pass for Aaron Hull, trying to sweep the weekend here in Goshen. Needs to go farther than 3:23 and 1 to take over the lead. From Jeff Odom.
Jeff Odom standing right behind me. Looking a little stressed back there, Jeff.
He's kind of pacing around. A new leader, 3:33 and 99 for Aaron Hall. Great pass on the taking care of business John Deere.
Ethan Crow's distance was 2:56.93. Coming to the line, we've got Travis Stokes.
Do we have any Massey Fergusons here today? Massey Ferguson fans here today? Our next competitor, Michael Franklin from Ansonia, Ohio, driving the original Judge out of the Bargee stable. This tractor still owned by Ron Bargee Sr., the patriarch of the Bargee family. We'll see them out later this afternoon with a couple of modifieds too.
Travis's distance 260.52, 5.6 mile an hour.
Whether you're working the farm, fixing up the homestead, or just enjoying a night at the pool, Burro King is here for Burro families. Burro King is proud to be the official farm and home store of the Pro Pulling League. Michael Franklin, the only Massey Ferguson in the class here today. From south here in Ansonia, Ohio. Looking to go farther than 3:33 and 99, Aaron Hall. Your winner last night, your current leader here today. Jeff Odom in second at 3:23 with his fully loaded John Deere. So John Deere 1 and 2.
Greg Craig and his John Deere 6030 are going to be looking to the sled over here in the 6 mile an hour class.
Good run, Michael Franklin. Just as a reminder, folks, the live streaming and or recording of IHRA Pro Pulling Series events is prohibited. Live events may not be broadcast, transmitted, reproduced, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the expressed written consent of the Pro Pulling Series. .287 even for Michael Franklin. .287 even. That's going to put him currently in the 5th position. We have 2 to go. Bill Keener with Bambi and Brett Backhouse, the other part of the pole pulling team from Waupun, Wisconsin, with the out of time will be our final competitor.
257.78, 5.5 mile an hour.
Bill Keener going to spot that sled down here on the left sideline. Now, last night in several of our classes, this left sideline on that grandstand track seemed to be the preferred line. But in the unlimited superstock classes earlier yesterday and today, you know, it's kind of been, they can wear whatever line is working, but in some of our other classes, everybody was running this left-hand sideline. Our competitors can spot that sled anywhere they want inside those white lines, and the sled can run up and down that white line all day. But if any part of the pulling vehicle touches a white line, it's an automatic disqualification.
Ethan Pro is bringing in John Deere 44 Force on the starting line. Next up on the inside track, you're going to have 18,000-pound farm stock tractors. 18,000-pound farm stock tractors. Please get them to the starting area.
Folks, please visit our Pro Pulling League merchandise stand that is down there by those trees you see just to the left of the starting line. We have some great Pro Pulling merchandise down there, hats, shirts, hoodies as it cools off tonight. And you can also register to win a Rural King tractor. We're going to give that Rural King tractor away at the end of the season. It's a nice little subcompact tractor with a loader and front wheel assist. Nice little tractor, so make sure you register to win that tractor from our friends at Rural King. Bill Keener with Bambi from Ashland, Ohio. Bill Keener parks Bambi in the 5th position at 293 and 55. 293 and 55. We're down to 1 to go on our big St. Charles Motorsports Unlimited Superstocks. Brett Backhouse from Omaha, Wisconsin, the out of time.
Final tractor in this 18,000-pound, 6-mile-an-hour class will be Randy Klingle on a John Deere 4430.
Fred, I'm going to give away my bias here. My favorite tractor, the 4430. And I can't count the number of times you make the turn, and then you get going again, let off the clutch, give it the throttle, and I'm just envisioning myself going down a pulling track, not working a field. Yes, we had one at the farm for many, many years and then sold it probably about 5 to 10 years ago, but that tractor was bought brand new in 1973 and was on the farm for, 35 plus years. It was a really, really good tractor. Brett Backhouse, the out-of-time John Deere from Waupun, Wisconsin, spots that sled in the middle of the track, chasing his teammate Aaron Hall with the Taking Care of Business John Deere at 3:33 and 99. Official distance for Brett Backhouse. The distance for Brett Backhouse with the out-of-time John Deere, 294 and 88. Your winner for the second time here in Goshen, Aaron Hall, the Taking Care of Business John Deere from Waupun, Wisconsin. In second, Jeff Odom, Delroy, Ohio, with the fully loaded. And in third, Aaron Hall with the Minneapolis Moline out of Waupun, Wisconsin. So Aaron, when you get a chance, please make your way up here to the stage so we can present you with your Hot Shot Secret Winners Pack.
Brandon's distance on the inside track, 249.9. Spencer Zook going to come in first, the 60-30 at 260.58. Second is going to be Travis Zook on the same tractor at 260.52. Third is going to be Mark Kaufman on his 45.55. 259.01. Fourth is going to be Justin Martin. Diane's 1466 at 258.94. And fifth will be Greg Craig on his 60-30 John Deere at 257.78. We will be starting the non-speed limit 18,000-pound farm stock tractors. 3,000 RPM limit. Can run, no, these cannot run top cut tires, just a too hot farm. Any size tire, as long as you keep it under 3,000 RPM, you're good. Up first is Troy Craig on his 60-30.
Over on the Hot Shot Secret PPL Champions Tour side, we're going to go to the Mack Trailer Hot Rod Semis. Mack Trailer Manufacturing of Alliance, Ohio is respected as the nation's foremost manufacturer of dump, flatbed, transfer trailers, and pneumatic tanks. Mack Trailer provides ongoing solutions through high-tech product innovation and advanced engineering capabilities. As a national leader in trailer manufacturing, Mack Trailers serves the industry with a trailer to meet the rigorous demands of your hauling requirements. Let Mack build you the trailer you need with the level of quality you deserve. Experience the excellence of Mack. For more information, please visit MackTrailer.com. That's M-A-C, MackTrailer.com. Remember, folks, if some of your friends are stuck at work today, aren't able to be here, they can stream this live. Go to YouTube and search for Pro Pulling Series. You can go to propulling.tv, go to the Pro Pulling website. There's several different platforms so you can access it, but it's a great high-quality live stream, and they can catch all the action from the Hot Shot Secret Pro Pulling League.
Up next on the inside track, we've got Brandon Martin on his 14th place.
Winner here last night from Farley, Iowa, the Peterbilt Drivers Wanted, R.J. Simon, cat-powered Peterbilt. Good season for R.J. Swept the weekend over in West Salem, Ohio, and won here last night as well. Good run for R.J. Simon. Setting the mark to beat. He is our Hypermax test puller, so he does have the option to drop that. I'm making an educated guess here. I think he's going to take that. That was a good run.
Brandon's distance, 258.91, 8.4 mile an hour.
It's for R.J. Simon and the Drivers Wanted. 3:37 and 78, and he accepted that distance. We're official. There it is. Everybody else is chasing 3:37 and 78. We're going to stay right here in the winner's circle. I have Aaron Hull, the Taking Care of Business John Deere out of Waupun, Wisconsin. He is your winner in our Big St. Charles Motorsports Unlimited Super Stocks. Aaron, congratulations. 2 days in a row. How does it feel to sweep Goshen?
Oh, that's just awesome to come and sweep Elkhart County Fair. Never done that before. It's a real honor. I mean, the track crew, this is the best day track I think I've ever pulled on here. Great job. I'd like to thank all the sponsors, PPL, the fans, boys back home, Hall Machine for turbos and engine, and of course my wife.
All right, definitely. Once again, folks, on behalf of Hot Shot Secret, we have a winner's pack for you. And congratulations, sweeping the Elkhart County Fair, Aaron Hull, the Taking Care of Business John Deere from Waupun, Wisconsin. Hot semi-side, we're gonna go to the Needle Nose Peterbilt, Lonnie Saylor, Oak Harbor, Minnesota. This is also cat powered. Now Lonnie swept the Fent High Stakes event that we had at Benson, North Carolina a couple weeks ago. Won 2 hooks down there. It's just had an unbelievable season. Very, very competitive and very strong all season long. Needs to go farther than 337 and 78. After Lonnie, then we'll have the Class Act, then Rubber Duck, Hillbilly Deluxe, and Limitless.
On the inside here, we've got Harrison Miller on a 4840 John Deere.
Monster pass from Lonnie Saylor will wait on the laser.
Harrison's distance, 277.90, 12.5 mile an hour. .352 and 87 for the Holy Smokes Needle Nose Peterbilt. Lonnie Saylor taking the lead in a big way. That's going to bring up the Class Act. Keith McConaughey from Shreve, Ohio, over in Northeast Ohio. We have any Peterbilt fans here this afternoon? That's good. All but one of our trucks is a Peterbilt out here this afternoon. The other one is a Mack. The Rubber Duck is a Mack. So this is another cat-powered Peterbilt, single Weimer turbo, Cyclone machine. This truck has won 5 Hot Shot Secret Pro Pulling League championships. Chris Wood is the owner of this truck, normally does the driving, but Keith McConaughey behind the wheel this weekend. And Keith, a very, very good driver as well. I've interviewed him in the winner's circle in the past, so knows how to get the truck down this track. Has the sled spotted over here on the left-hand sideline, chasing the Holy Smokes at 352 and 87. We've got Travis up on a 4630 John Deere on the inside track. Travis's distance, 274.81, 13.2 mile an hour.
Keith McConaughey has the chain tightened. Green lights are on the sled. Green flags coming on the track. And we are ready to roll on the hot rod semi-side. So our crew out here today running that Rural King Decision Maker sled coming to us out of North Carolina is Logan Thomas. Our flagging crew at the starting line we have Don Nothing, and at the finish end we have Jackie Kometz. Stacy Kometz is up here helping me. Catherine Mears organizing things back in the trailer, and over in our merchandise trailer we have Susan doing a great job over there. Go visit her. Our merchandise trailer is located over by those trees. You can get some great Hot Shot Secret Pro Pulling League gear, and also register to win that subcompact tractor from our friends at Rural King. The distance for the Class Act going to pull into third place 298 and 82. 298 and 82. That's going to bring up the only Mac in the class, Mitch Clout from Oberlin, Ohio, with the rubber duck.
We've got Cole running up to the sled with his John Deere 4840. Pole distance 295 times 9.4, 13.6 on hour. Just a few feet short of the leading distance control of 303.
All right, Mac fans, your one opportunity. Come and supplying the power on this rubber duck Mac. Looking for that 352 and 87. Lonnie Saylor with the Holy Smokes, our current leader. Saylor in the lead at 352 and 87. RJ Simon with the drivers wanted in second at 337 and 7. Class Act in third, currently at 298 and 82. 310 and 63 for Mitch Clout, 310 and 63. He does park that Mac in third place.
Wayne Gingrich with his John Deere 6030 is backing into the sled. And the 18,000 pound class.
Spencer Rook with the Hillbilly Deluxe from Jeromesville, Ohio will be up next. Your defending PPL Champions Tour champion. It's a Caterpillar 3406C Cyclone machine and a single Weimer turbo. He's won at the Mack Trailer Winter Nationals at Great Hall, Louisville, Kentucky. And as I said, your defending champion in this class. He won the Fent High Stakes event in Farley, Iowa at 300 Raceway earlier this season as well. Lonnie Saylor made a monster pass, set the mark to beat at 352 and 87. So that is the challenge here today.
Thank you. Sled crew checking everything out, making sure the chain is tight, the kill switch is hooked up. Green flags are out, ready to roll. Spencer Rook, the Hillbilly Deluxe. Hillbilly Deluxe, big timing in a small town. Looks like he's gonna challenge for that number 2 spot. I don't think he got far enough to take over the lead, but definitely going to shake it up in the top 3. Distance 259.16. Spencer Rook going to park the Hillbilly Deluxe Peterbilt in 3rd place, 330 and 37. 330 and 37. Brings us to our final competitor in our 20,000-pound hot rod semis. Caterpillar 3406E powered Peterbilt coming to us from Owenton, Kentucky, Monty Craigmile and the Limitless.
Monty Craigmile, Owenton, Kentucky. Kind of between Cincinnati and Louisville, just a little bit south of I-71. With the Limitless Peterbilt. Lonnie Saylor, the second hook in the class with the vintage needle nose Pete, set the mark to beat with his Holy Smokes at 352 and 87. RJ Simon, the driver's wanted in second at 337. And Spencer Rook just parked the Hillbilly Deluxe in third place at 330. Monty Craigmile hitting the green flags and the green light, chasing 352 and 87. Good run for Monty Craigmile. Probably going to put him in the range for the top 5. Lonnie Saylor going to be your winner here this afternoon. 307 and 22. 307 and 22 for Monty Craigmile. Putting him in 5th place. And I said this afternoon, it's still morning, it's not even noon yet. So, Lonnie Saylor, the Holy Smokes Needle Nose Peterbilt, Oak Park, Minnesota, your winner, 352 and 87. RJ Simon with the Peterbilt in second at 337 and 78. And Spencer Rook, another Peterbilt at 330 and 37. So Lonnie Saylor and your crew, please make your way up here to the announcer stand so we can present you with your Hot Shot Secret Winners Package.
Aaron Schwarzenegger in his 4630 is up to the sled. Aaron's distance, 287.44, 14.8 mile an hour.
I'm back here in the winner's circle with your winner of the Hot Rod Semi-Division from Oak Harbor, Minnesota, the Holy Smokes Lonnie Saylor. That was a monster pass with the needle nose Peterbilt.
Boy, I got a hell of a butt kicking last night, so I recalibrated everything today.
Well, your recalibration definitely worked. So tell us a little bit about that needle nose Peterbilt.
There's too much to talk about. I've had that truck I built that truck in 1999 out in the dirt driveway.
Nice.
Every year I just keep doing something or adding things or shortening it up, cutting things off, putting other things back on.
Congratulations, it's definitely working for you. You know, you swept Benson, North Carolina a couple weeks ago to get the big win here in the Champions Tour of the Pro Pulling League.
Congratulations. On behalf of Hot Shot Secret, I have a winner's package for you. Who would you like to thank for helping you get to the top spot today?
I'd like to thank a couple hayseeds here from Indiana, Smoke and Brad. I met them guys last night and they jumped on board and they've been here with me today and in the next following years, I think.
All right, sounds good. Congratulations once again. You're a winner from Oak Harbor, Minnesota. Oak Park, Minnesota. Lonnie Saylor and the Holy Smoke. Congratulations, Lonnie.
Thank you.
With Dan Brown on the inside track here. 291.78 at 13. Placings in the 18,000-pound clearance stock. Your winner is going to be Troy Craig at 303.56 on the John Deere 6030. Second is going to be Wayne Gatorich at 301.07 on a 6030. Third is Cole Brenneman, 395.94 on a 4840. Fourth is going to be Cole's dad, Dan, at 291.78. And fifth is going to be Aaron Schwarzenegger, wearing his John Deere 4630, 287.44. Next up, 16,000 pound, 6-mile-an-hour farm stock. First up, we got Randy Blingle up into the sled for his 4320 John Deere.
Over here on the pro pulling side, we are going to turn the volume up to 11, folks. Make sure you have hearing protection. If you have small children, please protect their ears as well, because it is going to get extremely loud as we bring out our super modified tractors. These tractors weigh in at 7,800 pounds. We'll see several different combinations. We have turbine tractors, we have automotive piston power tractors, and 4 engines, 3 engines, a lot of different combinations. So if you're running 4 engines, you can run 871 blowers. 3 engines, you can run 1471 blowers. And we're gonna kick it off out of Golden Gate, Illinois, Steve Bunnage with the Takes a Licking Angler chassis, sassy racing engines on board, 4 of them. And if you look really closely, the graphic on the front of this tractor, you can see Steve's dad, Niles' tractor with 8 Chrysler 440s on it.
Ramming distance 260.
for Steve Bunnage there. It looks like he got kind of in that 225-foot range, and that left rear motor, not sure if it's fully damaged, but something not right with that left rear motor. You can see the smoke coming out of it. And Steve is our Hypermax test puller, so he could potentially come back, but I would assume, seeing that damage, that he will accept that distance of 305 and 61.
Next up we got Wes Weiser from Syracuse on his IH 966. Well, unfortunately for Wes, we're trying to keep it as close to the 6 mile an hour as possible. He bumped it to 6.2, so that would be
Up next, over on our super modified tractor side from Glasgow, Kentucky, Ricky Long. With the Bully, 4 Minor Brothers racing engines on a modern machine chassis. He won the first Fendt High Stakes Series event of the year over at Dragway 42 in West Salem, Ohio.
in the 6 mile an hour class. We've got Randy Legal again, but this time on a 4430 John Deere.
Ricky pulls with his brothers Keith and Eddie. They're grain and dairy farmers down there in Cave Country in Kentucky. Steve Bunnage did accept that hook of 305 and 61 with takes a licking, so we are official, and 305 and 61 is the mark to beat. Ricky Long going to spot that sled over here on this left-hand sideline. This is the line that worked last night in the super modified tractor class. A monster pass for Ricky Long with the Bully. Man, he was southbound and down. Looked like he wanted to take that sled back home to Kentucky with him. Wow, what a pass.
We knew it was a monster pass for Ricky Long. Official distance, 372 and 45. Sets a big mark to beat.
Randy's distance, 273.52.
Up next on the grandstand track, coming to us from Farmington, Minnesota, the rink seed moneymaker, Brett Bird. He was a winner in the Benton High Stakes Series down in Benson, North Carolina. Last night, he was our Hypermax test puller, drove it out to 355, and that mark stood for a big chunk of the class, and then he was passed by the Judge Next Generation, and then Brandon Simon, and the Simon Says took the lead and the win late in the class last night.
Brett Bird going to try something different that we haven't seen in the modified class all weekend long. He's going to spot that sled over there on the right sideline, right center, looking for some fresh dirt and trying to surpass that 372 and 45.
Four Sassy Racing Engines Hemis on a modern machine chassis for the Rink Seed moneymaker from Farmington, Minnesota.
Aaron Schwarzenegger on his John Deere 4440. Up next in the 6 mile an hour class.
just did there is called cross-tracking. Started up on the high side, over on that right-hand sideline, drifted down here to the left-hand sideline, and parks the Rink Seed Moneymaker in second place for the moment. We talked about the free live stream, folks. Make sure you check that out or send that to your friends that unfortunately weren't able to be here tonight. I know one of our sponsors, our friends at Fair Valley Performance, are watching in Wisconsin, so we consider FVP a leader in the diesel industry. Fair Valley Performance has built a dream team, which consists of 18 employees, many of whom have attended and graduated from the Madison Area Technical College Diesel Technology Program. Everyone here shares the same passion for diesel. We look forward to serving you for your diesel performance and repair needs. That's fvpdiesel.com. Talk to the great folks up there at Fair Valley Performance.
Distance for the rink seed moneymaker Brett Berg, 344 and 72. 344 and 72.
Justin Martin at his IH 1466 up next. Justin's distance 272.29.
Coming up next, Montgomery, New York, the Thorn from the Owens family. Now, Dylan normally does the driving on this tractor. Last night, his dad, Tommy, was in the seat, so we'll see who is in the seat this afternoon. Now, they do a lot of their own engine work, brand new modern machine chassis a couple of years ago. And the Thorn tractor, a really strong runner in our super modified tractor class. So Dylan is in the driver's seat this afternoon. He's going to spot that sled over here on the bottom left sideline. His dad, Tommy, will back into the sled, chasing 372 and 45 that Ricky Long laid down.
Next up is Kyle Hurd on a K1370.
On the super modified side, smooth straight pass for Dylan Owens with the Thorn, going to park in third place at 320.2.
Kyle's distance is 272.45.
tractor side, you're going to hear a different sound. The sound of 3 T55 Lycoming turbine engines. This is the Jury Next Generation, sponsored by Premier Crop Insurance. An 8er chassis and 3 T55 Lycoming turbine engines. Nebraska Gas Turbine came on board doing the engine work, helping these guys with the engine work. We are proud to continue our many years of sponsorship with the Pro Pulling League. We look forward to the 2026 season and wish all the competitors good luck. We have a variety of different insurance options for all competitors and promoters, whether it be your assets in the field or in the shop. That's AP1 Insurance. Premier Crop Insurance is here to help you plan for the future and protect your livelihood. AP1 Insurance will protect all your motorsports vehicles and more. We also offer auto for toters and semis and rain insurance for events. Contact us today at 877-452-3012. So they have the...
We've got great track on John Deere 51.
So they had one turbine fired to drive this tractor to the sled, and once they get it hooked to the sled, then the other two in succession. And with turbines, you have to turn up the RPMs in order to get them to launch and to get the power. So they're sometimes difficult. As they're on the line, they'll start to turn those RPMs and you'll think it's spinning to the moon, but that's the way they're designed to operate. And it sounds like launch and liftoff with the Jury Next Generation.
Mark Yoder on his 4620 is hooked to the sled.
257 and 86, 257 and 86 for the Premier Crop Insurance Jury Next Generation. modern super modified tractor side, Tommy Owens, Montgomery, New York, with the Ramblin' Rose. Now this is a 3-engine tractor, and the Rose family, excuse me, the Owens family with the Ramblin' Rose, they do a lot of their own engine work, and this is a 3-engine combination, so it runs bigger blowers and a higher overdrive than the 4-engine combinations you're seeing out here. This also a modern machine chassis. Tommy started pulling back in 1975 with a garden tractor. Tommy and Dylan, owners and operators of Hillcrest Farms, so over 2,000 acres of hay and straw. Ricky Long made a monster pass with Bully to set the mark to beat at 372 and 45. Second hook in the class continues to lead. So we've got Tommy Owens with the Ramblin' Rose. And then we'll have Derek Bargy, Brandon Simon, Ron Langer, Dave Walsh, and Jeff Hurt. Tommy Owens pulls the Ramblin' Rose into third place at 323 and 14. And a smooth, pretty straight pass. I saw him about 175 foot tap the one brake, but other than that, smooth and straight. 323 and 14 parks it in third place for the moment.
Distance for Brandon, 271.4. Mark Yoder and your 4620. We need to have you re-hook, please. Mark Yoder.
On the super modified tractor side, up next, the AP1 Insurance Judge Next Generation from Ansonia, Ohio. Your runner-up last night, Derek Bargy. This is a brand new modern machine chassis, 3 T55 Lycoming turbine engines, putting out around 10,000 horsepower. Nebraska gas turbine helping the Bargy family with the turbines. And they have just had a great season so far. Like I say, finished in the runner-up position last night. They're gonna spot that sled right center, kind of where Brett Berg did with the Moneymaker. We'll see if they're gonna stay up on that top side, closer to you guys over on the grandstand, or if they're gonna ride it down here to that left sideline, where we've seen most of the other competitors run on this left sideline of that grandstand track. Chasing Ricky Long's 372 and 45 with the Bully out of Glasgow, Kentucky. Derek Bargy's second generation puller. Dad Ron started it. There's a third generation coming. The Bargy family very, very involved in the sport of truck and tractor pulling from Ansonia, Ohio.
Up on the inside track, we've got Sean Goodall, down here 44-30.
So I think the plan there was to cross-track that tractor, so start up there on the right-hand sideline and drift down here to the left-hand sideline, but it came left very, very quickly, and Derek Bargy had to get on the brakes to steer it back straight and keep it in bounds.
Sean's distance is 268.67.
Distance for Derek Bargy, AP1 Insurance Judge Next Generation, 284 and 45. 284 and 45. Next, we're going to go to Farley, Iowa. Your winner from last night, Brandon Simon and the Simon Says. 4 Minor Brothers Racing Engine Hemis strapped to a modern machine chassis. Brandon's going to spot that sled down here on the left sideline, trying to ride that same line he drove to victory last night. Needs to go farther than 372 and 45. Ricky Long with the Bully. Sitting up top.
Mark Kaufman in his 44-40 John Deere up next in the 6 mile an hour class.
Brandon Simon, your two-time defending champion in the Champions Tour Pro Bowling Series. In this class, looking to make it 3 in a row. Had some uncharacteristic early season struggles. Just unforeseen things not going their way, but last night made a monster pass of 382 feet. 386 feet. He needs a big run here today. Ricky Long, 372 and 45. Is our current leader. Brandon Simon trying to go back to back. What a monster pass. We're going to move that leader cone again. Yesterday he went 386 feet. Let's see what the laser says today.
Mark's distance 274.59.
Brandon Simon with consistency, 384 and 40. What a pass. 384 and 40. Takes over the top spot, bumps Ricky Long down to second. We're going to go back to turbine power for 2 in a row with the Walsh's turbines powered by Langer Farms. Up first, Ron Langer from Linden Station, Wisconsin, the Meristem Crop Performance 2.0. And then we'll go to Dave Walsh from Austin, Wisconsin with the Meristem Crop Performance. Meristem Crop Performance 2.0, number 3 on the Champions Tour last year.
In the 6 mile an hour, we've got Andrew with his Ford 8000.
Unfortunately for Ron Langer, unable to make a hook last night, had the turbine fired, but could not get it to the track to make the hook last night. So it's good to see him able to get out here this afternoon. Station, Wisconsin, American Crop Performance 2.0. You can see the center turbine just did not want to cooperate this afternoon, popping and just not at 100%. So could we get a tow tractor to the grandstand track, please? Smooth pass, straight pass around Langer, which is good. $255.85, 255.85 for Ron Langer. And we're going to go right to his teammate, Dave Walsh from Austin, Wisconsin, the Meristem Crop Performance. Another turbine-powered machine.
Ron Craig in his 50-20 will be next up in the 6-mile-an-hour class.
Dave Walsh has one of those turbines fired, making his way to the track. Chasing 384 and 40. That Brandon Simon laid down, trying to sweep the Elkhart County Fair. I want to thank Grand Design RV for sponsoring our truck and tractor pulling action here. Tomorrow, 2 sessions of rodeo, 2 go-rounds, 1 in the afternoon, 1 in the evening, and then wrap up the fair Saturday night with a monster truck show.
We want to once again thank you all for coming out here this morning and afternoon. And you hear the RPMs go up as they start another one of those turbines. Looks like all three are fired. Dave Walsh will tighten the chain. We'll look for the green lights. Green flags are out. The Bear Stem Crop Performance. Started left center, started drifting up towards the grandstand there on the right-hand sideline, and comes to a stop there. We'll get a distance for Dave Walsh here momentarily. Down to 1 to go in our super modified tractor class. to 255.11 for Dave Walsh, 255.11. Brandon Simon and the Simon Says 384 and 40 continues to lead Ricky Long with the Bully in second at 372 and 4. Jeff Hurt, Port Clinton, Ohio, the Runnin' Bear Full Streak, be our final competitor in this class. 4 big Hemis on an Engler chassis. Jeff acquired this tractor earlier this year, got his first win on it on Saturday night at the Fent High Stakes event in Benson, North Carolina a couple of weeks ago. Now Jeff started out pulling a diesel superstock tractor, then they transitioned that tractor over to alcohol, won some championships in the alcohol superstock class. Jeff then moved into minis, also still has the alcohol super, but moved into minis, very successful there, and now has jumped up into the super modified tractor class.
We are waiting on Leon Struck to make his way to the slab in the 6-mile-an-hour class. He'll be on a 4620 John Deere. I think he's stuck out there behind the track. I see him coming out.
Jeff Hurt, the Running Bear, Full Street, Port Clinton, Ohio.
Leon's distance 274.78.
Looks like track practice started early for that young man. He's doing some summer training. He's pretty fast. Jeff Hurt, final competitor, super modified tractor side. Spots that decision maker, Burro King sled on the far left-hand side, chasing 384 and 40 from Brandon Simon. Smooth, straight pass for Jeff Hurt. If you watch the replay, his feet are hovering over the brakes, but he doesn't touch them. .344 and 40 for Jeff Hurt. Your winner from Farley, Iowa, the second time here at the Elkhart County Fair in 2026, Brandon Simon, and the Simon Says. Your runner-up, Ricky Long with the Bully from Glasgow, Kentucky. And in third, Brett Berg with the Ring Seed Moneymaker at 344 and 7. We'll be right back with our Pro Mod four-wheel drive trucks.
we'll resume action on the grandstand side with two-wheel drive trucks, four-wheel drive trucks. The class has not been here for 20-some years.
Well, welcome back to the Pro Mod four-wheel drive trucks, the only naturally aspirated class that we have at the national level of pulling. No turbochargers, no superchargers, just straight air out of the atmosphere. These trucks, no cubic inch limit, 6,350 pounds. For our Summit Racing four-wheel drive trucks. Always get more for your money at Summit Racing and Movement, proud sponsor of the Pro Pulling League. Choose some high-performance parts at summitracing.com. Brand names like ARP, K&N, Optima batteries, and more. You'll also find tools and shop equipment, new parts for your trailer and tow vehicle. Download the Summit Racing app to shop anytime, anywhere. Winning takes work. Getting parts.
Like a seed planted in Ohio soil, Michael Connie knew that success takes time. It requires grit, hard work, and persistence. What began in a one-bay garage grew to revolutionize America's trailer industry. Today, Mac Trailer is a full-scale enterprise with 13 facilities and over 135 dealers across the nation. Mac Trailer supports you with a team of experts in the heart of a small-town hero. Start your legacy with Mac Trailer.
When you use Hot Shot Secret oil and fuel additives, you get decades worth of cutting-edge innovation. Innovation that saves you money and maximizes efficiency and performance. Hot Shot Secret started with a mission to solve one engine problem. Today, we have solutions for all kinds of common issues that impact your bottom line. From our world-class lab to your cars, trucks, and equipment, Hot Shot Secret is powered by science.
Your operation breaks its back out here. And all you want to know is that somebody's got yours. Fent does. With 3-year Gold Star customer care that'll have you feeling more golden than your retriever. We're talking full service inspections, no surprise maintenance costs, a loaner guarantee, and a mobile service unit that'll show up on your doorstep like you just ordered pizza. Only this pie tastes like total peace of mind. That's as no risk, all reward as it gets. That's Fent. That's growing bold.
Before the green flag waves, it all comes down to what holds it together. From dirt slingers to outlaws, to the raw power of tractor pulling, to bar battles at the flat track. When everything is on the line, all racers trust ARP fasteners. Precision built, American made, proven where it matters most. From weekend warriors to national champions, ARP holds them all together. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
once again, I'd like to thank all the people that volunteered their time and equipment and resources to make this tractor pull go. We've got Dana Bontrager, Trucking and Excavating, Von Miller, Quality Excavating, BNS Gravel, Ian J. Kaufman, Trucking, Eric Kaufman, Matt Showalter, Westside Tracker that's still needed, skid loaders to use on the track, especially Grand Design RV, our presenting sponsor, Lyle Farmer Recruitment, Burlington Graphics, Goshen News, Indiana Builder Network, Moride, Environment Bureau, Stixon Landscaping, the Sheriff Baldwin family, Mahalo Phone, Doncaster Flooring, PRS Wireless, Barber family, Capri Products, Masco, and Omega Bulls.
On the Pro Mod 4-wheel drive truck side, we're going to start with your defending Champions Tour champion from Versailles, Kentucky, Steve Clem with the Radical. Steve he won the first two Pro Pulling League titles in 2006 and 2007, and then earned his third one last season with the Radical Chevrolet. A winner at the National Farm Machinery Show as well, down in Louisville, Kentucky. Versailles, just outside of Lexington in horse country. Took that title last year by 10 points over Terry Hagedorn. Steve Clem will be our Hypermax test puller. So he'll have the option to either accept this distance or drop it and come back later. Green flags on the track, green lights on the sled. Steve Clem, your Hypermax test puller. The Radical Chevrolet from Versailles, Kentucky.
Stage side, we've got the 15,000-pound, no speed limit farm stock. Once again, 3,000 RPM limit. First up, we have Brandon Clam from Niles, Michigan, International 1066.
Distance for Steve Clem, 259.10, 259.10 for Steve Clem. And going to drop that hook. As the option puller, he has that option, so he will drop that, come back later on in the class. So we are going to make a change to the sled. We're going to change the sled. So Charlie Miller will be our new first puller. We'll start the class over. 12 competitors in our Pro Mod 4-wheel drive class, 10 Chevrolets and 2 Fords. Unfortunately, Dodge Ram fans, you're not represented in this class. You very well could be if you want to, someday build a truck and come on out here. Be happy to have you. So, Charlie Miller, the Foxy Lady, Creston, Iowa, will be up next with the Chevrolet.
Next up in the 15,000 is Todd Streffling, Deline, Michigan, 1066 International.
Roxy Lady. Charlie Miller took that hook. Gonna set the mark to be 297 and 34. 297 and 34. We're going to go from Iowa down to Texas, the first board of the afternoon. Charles Hines and the Runnin' Wild, Texas style from Quitman, Texas. Making the trip up here to northern Indiana to compete at the Elkhart County Fair in 2026. We'll be chasing that distance of 297 and 34.
Up in the 15,000, we've got Brandon Martin. Brandon's distance 260.55, 11.1 mile an hour.
Charles Hines, Quitman, Texas. Runnin' Wild, Texas style Ford. We're going to spot the sled on that left-hand sideline. Looking to go farther than 297 and 34. About that, Ford fans. Charles Hines, the Runnin' Wild Texas style.
We'll just hold into the replay after he leaves the track.
Needed to go farther than 297 and 34. How about 330 and 28? 33028 takes over the lead big time. Next up on the Summit Racing ProMod 4-wheel drive trucks. Just in time, Justin Grace for Sales, Kentucky. With the Chevrolet. Originally from Georgia, just now making his home in Kentucky. Monster pass by Justin Grace. We're gonna meet that leader cone again. Looked like Justin wanted to take that sled home for Sales, Kentucky with him.
Got Wayne Gingrich on his 60-30 John Deere.
We have a new leader on our Summit Racing 4-wheel drive truck side, 357 and 94 for Justin Grace, 357 and 94. Competitors from 7 states in our 4-wheel drive truck class here today. Next up will be an 8-time Champions Tour champion from Thompson, Missouri, Terry Hagedorn with the gunpowder and lead.
No way. They're getting you one. They're getting you one. I didn't see anybody come up here though.
Remember, folks, we still have our super modified 2-wheel drives out here yet this afternoon, presented by Optima Batteries after our 4-wheel drives. And then tonight, we will have our Hot Shot Secret Super Farm Tractors presented by Apex Turbo. ARP lightweight super stock tractors, mini rod tractors, pro stock tractors, and these modified 4-wheel drive will be right back out here as well this evening. That starts at 6 p.m., so let your friends know. Come right back here at 6 o'clock. The Wonder Fair, get some great food. Check out the wonderful exhibits. Come on back out for session 3.
Hooking to the sled, we've got Wes Weiser on us, 966 International.
An issue right off the bat for Terry Hagedorn. He does have, since he went less than 100 feet, got out of the throttle before 100 feet, he does have the option to go right back. He does have a second opportunity. See what he chooses to do here. All right, we need a tow tractor to the starting line of the grandstand track. A tow tractor to the starting line of the grandstand track. Distance for Terry Hagedorn, 52.92, 52.92. We will find out if he's going to come back, if he's able to come back.
Wes Weiser's distance was 241.09. Up next, we got Richard Shaw on his man with Molly G1050.
We want to thank all of our tow tractor drivers here this afternoon and this evening, all week long here at the Elkhart County Fair. Appreciate them. Grand Design Recreational Vehicles for sponsoring all of the truck and tractor pulling this week, the 2026 edition of the Elkhart County Fair. The official distance for Terry Hagedorn, gunpowder and lead, 52.92, 52.92. Tough luck, round of applause for Terry Hagedorn. We'll see him back around with the second entry, the Kicking Up Dust. We're going to go to West Olive, Michigan, over on the west side of the state.
That's something that's great about the box is that I can see it.
Richard's distance, 278.21. 14.9 miles.
Jim Bosch, five-time national champion with his Chevrolet, the Midnight Raider. Relatively close that's Chevrolet from West Olive, Michigan, Jim Bosch. Hard to tell from this angle. He's going to be knocking on the door of that 357 and 94.
This is Harrison Miller on a John Deere 4840.
Justin Grace, 357 and 94. Jim Bosch, 357, 39. Second place, 357 and 39.
You got a high five for the track officials. That was cool though.
Up next on the Summit Racing modified four-wheel drive side will be Mike Dirks, the time to play out of Nokomis, Illinois, a Chevrolet. Over here on the infield track, we're going to move to our 12,000-pound Too Hot to Farm. Fred Jessup will be up first with the Case 1070. Probably going to pull into third place for the moment. He does 3:45 and 82, 3:45 and 82. Currently sitting number 3. Fred Jessup up next in our Too Hot to Farm. 12,000 pounds with a Case 1070. 135 and 42 for Fred Jessup. 135 and 42 at 8.5 miles per hour. So Fred is going to drop that hook and come back last in the class. Distance for Jordan Rice, 312 and 59, 312.59 at 21.7 miles per hour. Down here in the winner's circle, Brandon Simon, the winner of the super modified tractor class today out of Farley, Iowa, with the Simon Says mod. Brandon, that was another monster pass.
Yeah, it felt really good. We all together there towards the end and still get done. And I just can't thank all you fans for coming out there and through this heat. And just all my crew that comes with me, my wife, the kids, everyone back home. And gotta thank some people, my brothers, everyone that works hard back home lets us go do this, and my brother for coming along, and Brad Walkup for everything he does for us, and Chris Bergfeld back home just takes a lot of work, and we're happy to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 2 monster passes. You sweep the weekend here at the Elkhart County Fair. On behalf of Hot Shot Secret, we have a winner's packet here for you. And congratulations, Brandon, and a safe trip home.
Yeah, thanks. We'll see what we can do with the pro tonight. Hopefully we can back it up and maybe these 2-wheelers here this afternoon.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Brandon. Congratulations. Your winner in the super modified tractor class from Farley, Iowa, the Simon Says, Brandon Simon.
Up next on the Summit Racing 4-wheel drive side out of Salem, Kentucky, Brad Hunter, the Night Rider. Over here on our Too Hot to Farm, Zane Peck from Centerville, Michigan with an IH 1066. Three 31 and 79 for Brad Hunter with the Night Rider. Justin Grace just in time on top at 3:57 and 94. Jim Bosch with the Midnight Raider at 3:57 and 39. And then in third, Mike Dirks, the time to play at 3:45 and 82. Okay, Ford fans, Jared Jones, Georgetown, Kentucky with the Nasty Habit, your final opportunity for the Fords. And then we have two more Chevrolets. .258 and 69 at 11.7 miles per hour for Zane Peck from Centerville, Michigan. Four trucks left to go in our Summit Racing modified four-wheel drives. Jared Jones, the Nasty Habit, John Stick with Stick It, Gerald Amon with the Southern Bell, and then Steve Clem coming back around with the Radical. He was our Hypermax test puller and dropped his hook and will be back around. Nasty Habit Ford Super Duty. Coming to us out of Georgetown, Kentucky. Needs to break through that 357 barrier to take over the lead. Side, we have Ryan Tipping from Hamilton, Michigan. International 1066. Nasty Habit making a bid to bump up into that top 5. and 58, 285.58 and 16.7 miles per hour for Brian Tipping from Hamilton, Michigan. .341.41 for the Nasty Habit and Jared Jones. 341 and 41. That will put him in the number 4 spot currently. 341 and 41. The Nasty Habit 4. 3 to go. And they are all Chevrolets. John Stick with a Stick-It from Rocco, Indiana. Gerald Amon from Pocahontas, Illinois with the Southern Bell. And Steve Clem from Versailles, Kentucky. 7 different states represented in our Summit Racing 4-wheel drive class this afternoon. Up next in our Too Hot to Farm, a John Deere 6030, Todd Hartman from right here in Goshen. John Stick from Morocco, Indiana with the Stick-It Chevrolet. Looking to go further than 357 and 94. .301.07 at 22.1 miles per hour for Todd Hartman from right here in Goshen. Good run for John Stick in the Stick-It. Pulls into third place, 349 and 75. 349 and 75. Consistent track out here this afternoon for these Summit Racing modified 4-wheel drives. It's going to bring up Gerald Amon, the Southern Belle from Pocahontas, Illinois. Pocahontas, Illinois, also the hometown of country star Gretchen Wilson. The Southern Belle finished tied for 3rd and 4th position last year on the Champions Tour, presented by Hot Shot Secret. Jim Hess, a case 1030 from right here in Goshen. On the hot farm side, Jim Hess, 287.19 at 16.6 miles per hour, 287.19, 16.6 miles per hour. Gerald Amon with the Southern Belle, gonna mix up the, going to take the lead, 3:59 and 46 for Gerald Amon, 3:59 and 46. Your new leader. Man, Justin Grace with the 4th hook in the class set the mark to beat and have been holding on all the way through. And Gerald Amon just motored right through there. 3:59 and 46, busting down the door to take over the lead. Want to give a shout out to this great track crew here at the Elkhart County Fair. I mean, afternoon tracks are very difficult, and to keep it that consistent and have the last scheduled puller in the class take over the lead. Now Steve Clem will be our final competitor. He's coming back. He was our Hypermax test puller and dropped that hook, and then we reset the sled, so he really didn't have a choice. But 3-time champion in the Summit Racing 4-wheel drive class, including last year, your defending Pro Pulling League Champions Tour champion from Versailles, Kentucky. 3:59 and 46, Gerald Amon, the Southern Belle. And the reason they're towing that truck to the line, they're giving it as long as possible to cool off before it runs. Because this class pulls again tonight, and they were our test puller, and that was around about an hour ago or so, but you want to give these engines as long as possible to cool off. Over here on the Too Hot to Farm side, Alice Cooper's 210, Ryan Maston from Niles, Michigan. The Southern Belle just took the lead at 3:59 and 46. Steve Clem trying to bust through that 3:59. What a pass by Ryan Maston, 376 and 42. Ryan Maston over here on the Too Hot to Farm side, 29 miles an hour, 376 and 42. What a pass on that AC 210. Steve Clem, 348 and 86. 348 and 86. Your top three, Jim Bosch, West Olive, Michigan with the Midnight Raider at 357 and 39. Your runner-up, the just-in-time Justin Grace for Sales, Kentucky at 357 and 94. And your winner from Pocahontas, Illinois, Gerald Amon and the Southern Belle Chevrolet at 359 and 46. Thad Foster from Albion, Indiana with the 9th.
Like a seed planted in Ohio soil, Michael Connie knew that success takes time. It requires grit, hard work, and persistence. What began in a one-bay garage grew to revolutionize America's trailer industry. Today, Mac Trailer is a full-scale enterprise with 13 facilities and over 135 dealers across the nation. Mac Trailer supports you with a team of experts in the heart of a small-town hero. Start your legacy with Mac Trailer.
When you use Hot Shot Secret oil and fuel additives, you get decades worth of cutting-edge innovation. Innovation that saves you money and maximizes efficiency and performance. Hot Shot Secret started with a mission to solve one engine problem. Today, we have solutions for all kinds of common issues that impact your bottom line. From our world-class lab to your cars, trucks, and equipment, Hot Shot Secret is powered by science.
Your operation breaks its back out here. And all you want to know is that somebody's got yours. Fent does. With 3-year Gold Star customer care that'll have you feeling more golden than your retriever. We're talking full service inspections, no surprise maintenance costs, a loaner guarantee, and a mobile service unit that'll show up on your doorstep like you just ordered pizza. Only this pie tastes like total peace of mind. That's as no risk, all reward as it gets. That's Fent. That's growing bold.
Before the green flag waves, it all comes down to what holds it together. From dirt slingers to outlaws, to the raw power of tractor pulling, to bar-to-bar battles at the flat track. When everything is on the line, all racers trust ARP fasteners. Precision-built, American-made, proven where it matters most. From weekend warriors to national champions, ARP holds them all together. When failure is not an option, it's ARP-bolts.com.
Two-wheel drive class. David, what do you think of the Elkhart County Fair and the Series Champions Tour so far?
Man, I've been coming to this fair since I was a kid, so it's really cool to work with a brand that is sponsoring the two-wheel drive class, I remember, correct? So it's exciting to be this close to these machines.
All right, so what can you tell us about Optima batteries?
Well, they're one of the strongest batteries out there. They're AMG. They go from everything from performance to your everyday car batteries, including marine.
All right, once again, David Crook, thank you for your sponsorship. It's good to meet you. Thanks for being out here. Enjoy the fair.
Thank you.
All right, we are going to kick off our two-wheel drive class. Jared Nelson, the Midnight Revenger from Altamont, Illinois.
Jared Nelson, your defending national champion on the Champions Tour of the Hot Shot Secret Pro Pulling League's 290 and 31. He was our Hypermax test puller, 290.31, and he will have the option to either accept that or drop it, and we will find out momentarily what Jared is going to do. So Jared Nelson is going to drop 6. 290 and 31, drop 6. This is Richard Schock from Warsaw, Indiana. This is Minneapolis Moline. .263 and 38. 263 and 38 at 9.8 miles per hour. Gerald Amon, when you have a chance, please come to the winner's circle. Gerald Amon, please come to the winner's circle when you have a chance. The H6 and H7 Optima Yellow Tops with Pure Flow technology are direct fit replacement batteries for many late model GM cars and trucks, as well as Jeep, Cadillac, Audi, BMW, Mercedes, Volkswagen, and Volvo. Look for the ultimate power source at a quality auto parts retailer near you or at OptimaBatteries.com. Up next on our Optima Battery Super Modified two-wheel drives, the Midnight Obsession, Jim Corey. Update from Trackside Technical. We did do a sled change over on our Optima Batteries two-wheel drive side, so we will have a Jim Corey will be our first puller, official puller. Wes Weiser from Syracuse, Indiana, up over here on our Too Hot to Farm side, International 966. Jim Corey. Distance for Wes Weiser, 2:47.45 at 6.6 miles an hour. Jim Corey is going to drop that hook and come back later on as well. Since we reset the sled, he did have that option as well. And 2:59.26 was his distance, and he did drop that. He was our winner at the first Champions Tour event a couple of weeks ago in Henry, Illinois. That will bring up your 2024 Champions Tour champion from Edgewood, Iowa, the Dodge, Jason Sullivan with the corn burner. Ryan Peck with the International 1066 up next from Centerville, Michigan, over here on the Too Hot to Farm side. .274 and 53, 274 and 53 for Ryan Peck at 15.3 miles per hour. 274 and 53 at 15.3 miles per hour. Up next on the Too Hot to Farm, an IH 706 from Walcottville, Indiana, Steve Hodge. Remember to visit the Pro Pulling League merchandise trailer over by the trees there at the starting line. They have some great merchandise down there. You can also enter to win a Rural King tractor from our friends at Rural King. We'll give that tractor away at the end of the season. It's a nice little subcompact tractor with front wheel assist and a loader. Jason Sullivan has the vehicle fired. Won on the Fenton High Stakes Tour in the middle of June, just over a month ago, about 5 weeks ago in Farley, Iowa, close to his hometown. That is always the hardest place to win in the sport of truck and tractor pulling, is your hometown hooks. 2024 Champions Tour champion. Steve Hodge goes 270.75 at 14.6 miles per hour. Jason Sullivan putting that MBR horsepower to the track. Going to set the mark to beat as the first official puller in the class. 21 two-wheel drives out here this afternoon. .331 and 52. 331 and 52 going to be the mark to beat. Over here on the Too Hot to Farm, our original test puller, Fred Jessup, dropped his hook with his case 1070, and he will be our final competitor in this class. Up next on the Optima Batteries two-wheel drive side, Jonathan Payne, Georgetown, Indiana. This Ford Sassy Racing engines providing the horsepower. This is Fred Jessup from right here in Goshen. .194.80 at 9.8 miles an hour for Fred Jessup. Jonathan Payne, the Rampage. Looks like Jonathan Payne probably going to pull into that second place position. Over here on the infield track, we're going to go to our 13,000 pound, 6 mile an hour class. .315.34 for Jonathan Payne, 315.34. Bring up Tanner Nelson doing the driving this afternoon from Sydney, Illinois with the Midnight Gambler. Thad Foster will be our test puller in the 13,000-pound, 6-mile-per-hour farm class from Albion, Indiana. (1941) Dodge, the Midnight Gambler. Tanner Nelson doing the driving here this afternoon. (264.07), 264.07 at 2.8 miles per hour. .285 and 41 for Tanner Nelson, 285 and 41. This is Brian Hodge, Walcottville, Indiana, IH 706. 269.99, 269.99 at 5.7 miles per hour. Our Optima Batteries two-wheel drive side from Dry Ridge, Kentucky, Jansen Smith in the stimulus package. Jason Sullivan in the corn burner continues to lead at 3:31 and 52. $278 and 95 for Jansen Smith and the stimulus package Dodge. This is Troy Kripe from right here in Goshen, John Deere 4020. $267 and 66 for Troy Kripe. $267 and 66 at 5.9 miles per hour. Over on our Optima Battery Super Modified two-wheel drives, we're going to go to Lafayette, Tennessee. Mikey White. Minor Brothers Racing providing the power for the Addiction Chevrolet 2022 Champions Tour champion, also a winner at the National Farm Machinery Show. Mikey White, the Addiction Chevrolet from Lafayette, Tennessee.
Todd Strepling on his 1066 International from Goshen, Michigan is up next.
Mikey White pulls into second place at 292 and 40. 292 and 40. Excuse me, third place. Pulls into third place.
Todd's distance 270.88, 5.6 mile an hour.
Gerald Amon, when you get a chance, please make your way to the winner's circle. Gerald Amon, please make your way to the winner's circle when you get a chance. Coming up next, out of Reynolds, Indiana, Chad Mayhill and the P5 Ford. Got Zane Peck from Centerville, Michigan on an IH 1468. That's Chad Mayhill. CM Pulling Tires is located in Reynolds, Indiana. With several years of tire cutting, we can handle all of your tire cutting needs at reasonable rates with quality the top priority. Contact Chad for all of your truck and tractor pulling tire needs at 574-297-1284 or Chad at HoosierPullingTires.com. Chad's distance out here today with the P5, 291 and 28. 291 and 28. Going to put him number 4 currently. Jason Sullivan with the Corn Burner Dodge continues to lead at 331 and 52.
Zane's distance is 270.28, but unfortunately went 6.7 mile per hour.
That's going to bring up R.J. Simon, the Simon Says Chevrolet from Farley, Iowa. Finished second with this truck Friday night in Evansville, Indiana.
On the stage side, we've got Andrew on his Ford 8210.
R.J. Simon, the Simon Says Chevrolet. He won the Hot Rod Semi-Class last night with his Driver's Wanted truck. .308 and 55. 308 and 55. I am down here in the winner's circle with Steve Boss doing the driving of the Southern Belle Chevrolet, the winner of the Summit Racing Modified 4-wheel drive class tonight from Pocahontas, Illinois. Steve, that was a great pass late in the class.
Yeah, anytime you can come out here and run with these guys and get up in there, it's just a good feeling, and it all went well today.
So who do you want to thank for helping you get to the winner's circle today?
Well, I got to thank Gerald Hammond. He's number one. And then we thank Grand Design for RV for having us here, Rule King, ARP, Summit Racing, all the people that sponsor this Pro Pulling League, IHRA.
On behalf of Hot Shot Secret, we have a Hot Shot Secret winners package for you. So Steve Boss, the winner of your Modified 4-wheel drive presented by Summit Racing with the Southern Belle Chevrolet. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you all much.
Andrew's distance on his Ford, 266.25. Up next, we've got Aaron Schwarzenegger on a John Deere 4440.
Keith Long, Glasgow, Kentucky. with the bullseye. We saw his brother Ricky finish second in the modified class. Been pulling since 1973. ...2008 and 2015 and 20 PPL champion.
Aaron's distance is 270.94, 5.7 mile an hour. That is good enough to take the lead by 1/10 of a foot.
Distance for Keith Long with the bullseye truck, 300.23, 300.23. Gentlemen, celebrating his birthday, Jason Sullivan continues to lead with the corn burner. Edgewood, Iowa at 331 and 52. I think a win on your birthday would be a great way to celebrate it, and he's trying to hold on. We're about halfway through our Optima Battery Super Modified 2-wheel drive class. Chad Mayhill, Reynolds, Indiana, the two-timing truck. Noonan engine in this truck. Part of the Petro stable. Chad, owner and operator of CM Pulling Tires in Reynolds, Indiana.
We've got Richard Schock backing into the sled with his Minneapolis Moline G1050.
.12 for Chad Mayhill.
Richard had a good pull going there. He got 268.01, but went 6.2 mile an hour when he got a little bit on the throttle. Sometimes that happens. The tractor picks up and goes when you're not expecting it.
Jonathan Payne with After Hours, Georgetown, Indiana. Sassy Racing Engines Powered Ford will be up next. We will be right back out here tonight, folks, at 6 p.m. for session 3 of the Hot Shot Secret Champions Tour, the Pro Pulling League. 300.53, 300.53 for Jonathan Payne in the After Hours Ford.
Looked like Ethan got it stopped before the 100-foot mark. Going to back up. Try this again.
Dale Nelson, Altamont, Illinois, with his Forever Hooked Ford will be up next. Brad Anderson Hemi, a winner on Friday night at the Fent High Stakes event in Benson, North Carolina a couple of weeks ago. And the patriarch of the Nelson pulling family. We'll see several generations of the Nelsons out here pulling this weekend. And all out of the state of Illinois. Dale Nelson started over here on the left-hand sideline, drifted towards the center, was scratching and clawing for everything he could get. 3:01 and 56, 3:01 and 56. That's going to bring up the Willie Make It Willies, Brad Wakov from Farley, Iowa. Your winner last Friday night in Evansville, Indiana. This is Randy Glingle, John Deere 4320.
On the inside track, that was Randy Glingle and his 4320, 26977.
Brad Walkup kind of followed the same line as Dale Nelson. Started on the left, drifted towards the center. .289.12 for Brad Walkup, 289.12.
Pole's distance 267.79, 5.5 mile an hour.
Bethany Nelson coming up next out of Altamont, Illinois. The Chevrolet Sassy Racing Engine powered Chevrolet. 3:31 and 52. Jason Sullivan, Edgewood, Iowa, the Corn Burner Dodge, had our first official look of the class and has held the lead the entire class.
On the inside track, we have Wes Weiser on his 966 International.
Distance for Bethany Nelson in the Sweet Revenge, 3:01.84. She was a winner at the Fendt High Stakes event in Farley, Iowa with that truck.
Wes's distance 260.96 and 5 mile an hour.
Leslie Foster in the barbed wire truck, McMinnville, Tennessee. The Chevrolet up next. We'll see his brother Ethan with his crosswire truck later on in the class. We're going to have back-to-back trucks from Tennessee. This one's south of Nashville. Wesley Foster, the barbed wire.
On the stage side, we have Steve Hodge, International 706. Steve's distance, 271.00, 5.9 mile an hour.
Wesley Foster going to drive the barbed wire into third place. A strong hook, 314.85. 314.85. Jonathan Payne sits in second with Rampage at 315.34. And your leader, the Dodge from Edgewood, Iowa, Jason Sullivan in the corn burner at 331.52. That's going to bring up Will Teasley from Pleasant View, Tennessee with the Apex.
Steve Hodge with his 706 just moved into first place by 6/100ths of an inch.
great pass, started off in the center, kind of drifted left a little bit, and then right back to the center. I think he's going to shake up that top three at least. We'll wait and see. A tail of the laser. Will Teasley, the Apex Chevrolet.
Ties distance 268.99, 5.8 mile an hour.
We have a new leader on our Optima Batteries Super Modified Tool Drive side. Will Teasley drives the Apex to 343 and 52. A monster pass bumping Jason Sullivan out of the top spot. 331 and 52. Jason Sullivan had held that lead since the first official distance of our class, and Will Teasley just drove through that and added another 12 feet. The Apex Chevrolet. We're going to move to David O'Driscoll. The Stone Cold Ford will be up next, followed by Davey Skinner with Roadkill and Kyler Mayhill with Old Blue.
Ryan Peck's distance 267.63 at 5.3 mile an hour.
Distance for David O'Driscoll in the Stone Cold, 286.09, 286.09. We are down to 5 trucks. Davey Skinner with the Roadkill, Kyler Mayhill with Old Blue, Ethan Foster with Crosswired. And we go back to the top of the order. Jared Nelson, your defending champion, with the Midnight Revenger, and then Jim Corey with the Midnight Obsession. Will Teasley proved there's something still in this track this afternoon. Just took the lead with the Apex at 3:43 and 52. We're going to stay right in Georgetown, Kentucky. We're going to go from David O'Driscoll in the Stone Cold to Davey Skinner and the Roadkill. What a beautiful day for pulling here at the Elkhart County Fairgrounds. Pulling all day. We started at 9 o'clock this morning. Gonna roll right on through the second session, well, third session overall, second session today of the Hot Shot Secret Pro Pulling League Champions Tour will begin at 6 o'clock. We'll have the Hot Shot Secret Super Farm tractors presented by Apex Turbo, ARP Lightweight Super Stocks, Mini Rods, Pro Stocks, and the modified four-wheel drive trucks.
We've got Mark Kaufman on his John Deere 4440 coming down the stage side. Mark's distance, 269.30, 5.6 mile an hour. We've got Shane Pepper from Hamilton, Michigan on his International 1066.
Distance for the Roadkill and Davey Skinner, 302 and 91. 302 and 91. Up next, the Old Blue Chevrolet second generation puller, Kyler Mayhill, Reynolds, Illinois. We've seen his dad, Chad, out here a couple times with the P5 and the 2-time in. And now son Kyler, the Old Blue. Kyler Mayhill had a good run going. Starting to get a little close to this left-hand sideline. Had to get on the brakes to bring it back, but good run for that young driver out of Reynolds, Indiana.
Sean Glingel in his 4320 up his 4320. John Deere is next up on the stage side.
Kyler Mayhill parks the Old Blue in third place at the moment, 315 and 93. Going to bump Jonathan Payne out of the top three.
Sean's distance, 265.33, 5.1 mile an hour.
The Elkhart County track crew has done a great job in this track. Sometimes in the afternoon, with the sun out and the wind blowing, a track will dry out and start to go away the later you get into the afternoon. That has not happened here today. You know, Jason Sullivan had the early lead at 3:31 and 5, and then Jonathan Payne was in second at 3:15 and 3, and and those held for a long time until Will Teasley broke through with the apex here late in the class and took the lead at 3:43 and 5. And Tyler Mayhill just took over third. Bring up Ethan Foster, McMinnville, Tennessee, the Crosswired Chevrolet. I think Ethan Foster's going to have something to say about that top 5. Good run late in the class for Ethan Foster and the Crosswired Chevrolet.
Top 5 in that 13,000-pound, 6-mile-an-hour. Steve Hodge on his 706 International, 271. Aaron Schwarzengruber on his John Deere 4440, 270.94. Todd Streffling third on his 1066, 270.68. Brian Hodge on his 706, again, 269.99. And then we've got Randy Glingle at 269.77. On 43.20.
Ethan Foster pulls into third place, a great pass at 3:27 and 34 with a Crosswired. Will Teasley sitting up top, 3:43 and 52 with the Apex. Jason Sullivan, the Corn Burner Dodge, in second at 3:31 and 5. And Ethan Foster just pulled into third at 3:27 and 3. So we had 2 competitors pull before we reset the sled. And so Jared Nelson will be up first, your defending Champions Tour champion. Also won it in 2016 and 2017. Sassy Racing Engines providing the power. Needs to go farther than 3:43 and 52. And then we'll have our final competitor of the afternoon, Midnight Obsession, Jim Corey, his Chevrolet from Bedford, Indiana. hook for Jared Nelson. Jared pulls into fourth place, 3:23 and 37, 3:23 and 37. Final competitor of the Hot Shot Secret Pro Pulling Champions Tour, Session 2. Jim Corey in the midnight obsession from right here in the state of Indiana, down in Bedford. The Chevrolet Brad Anderson engines in a Chevy body. We will be back here for Session 3 of the Hot Shot Secret Champions Tour Pro Pulling League at 6 p.m. As Fred just stated, there are still 2 more local classes yet to pull this afternoon, and then they'll be back here at 6 p.m. as well. Jim Corey, the final competitor in the Pro Pulling League Optima Batteries Super Modified two-wheel drive class here this afternoon, chasing Will Teasley's 343 and 52. Jim Corey, your winner over in Henry, Illinois about a week and a half ago. Trying to shake things up here. It's their final competitor in the class. .317.90, 317.90. Your winner from Pleasant View, Tennessee, the Apex Chevrolet, Will Teasley at 343 and 52. A gentleman celebrating his birthday today, and a great way to celebrate with a runner-up finish from Edgewood, Iowa, Jason Sullivan in the Corn Burner Dodge at 331 and 52. And your Champions Tour points leader coming into today from McMinnville, Tennessee, the Chevrolet of Ethan Foster and the Cross-Wired. Can I please get Will Teasley and your team up here to the winner's circle, please? Will Teasley and the Apex team to the winner's circle, please.